So those of you who have come in recently over in the spectator area, we've had our practice sessions this morning, and we'll be getting away with our first race at 1 o'clock. So craft will be coming out onto the grid at 10:02. Hopefully you've all got a programme and you can see what the schedule is for today. The craft, as they come out onto the grid, which are going to be quite away from you, I will give you a brief overview of what the formula is about and who's on the grid, etc., etc. Our first race is Formula 50, and that's designed around an engine that's been around for many, many years, the Rotax 503. I need some. Right, sorry about that. We had a quick technical problem we had to overcome. So I'm now going to put a call out to members of the public in the paddock area. Can you start making your way back to the public viewing area now? The craft will be coming out onto the grid in about 4 or 5 minutes. So all members of the public, if you are in the paddock area, can you please make your way back to the public viewing area so that we can get underway? All things being equal, we will have a break later on. So the craft are coming out onto the grid now. So Formula 50, this is the first race up. Originally designed around the Rotax 503 engine. It's no longer in manufacture by Rotax. There is an equivalent engine you can get. But this formula is all about running the engine in its standard format, so pretty much as it comes out the box. So no special carburetors, no special exhaust. They're only allowed to put the power through one fan that provides both lift and thrust. And there is a weight restriction on the overall weight of the craft as well.
Where's the viewing area from up here? Down in that corner, is it? Gotcha.
So in theory, this formula is about a level playing field. As you'll see, that's not quite the case. Obviously, the hull designs will vary. That's up to the drivers. Skirt design, they can vary as well. So I'm just going to pop along to the grid now to see how that is forming up. I have a suspicion that some of you in the public area will recognise some of the names. So we're dropping into, looks like, second spot on the front row is Nick Drew, number 81. We've also got Worthington, number 50. Third spot. So it looks as 4-5-4 configuration. So we're still waiting for more to come onto that front row. Second row we've got 72, Kian Olner. Alongside him is 110, and that is Jake Trussler, making a mark now in the adult division, the qualified out of the juniors, and is now forced to be reckoned with in the Formula 50. Dropping into the front row is 1-1. Now, I can see the eyes now. So how you can pink and white off team airbags in 1-1-1. Into 101 add front row. And 57 Dave Elston, and 51 George Olner, and then 4 Sarah Gill. So a few spaces on the grid here. You may have picked up from the programme, this is now our final round of the championships this year. Second time we've been here, this particular venue this year. And we're on the 2-minute board. Now I think we're doing 8 laps. Somebody be able to sell me. Yeah, so it's 8 laps. So they're going to be coming down towards you on the land section at speed, so you could get quite a lot of action as they drop onto the water fairly near you over in the spectator area. And we're now on the 1-minute board. All right, coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. And we're away. And Nick Drew off to a great start, number 81, followed by 50, 101, 111, 110, 51, 72, 57, 91. Bring out the rear at the moment, 106, Sarah Gill. And Richard Worthington going for the lead as they drop in behind the island, and looks like they may have taken it, so it's 50 as he maintained the lead. I don't think he has. Nick Drew's retaken the lead in number 81. So Nick Drew dropping to third. Looks as though he may have a problem with the engine. He's looking back. So new running order at the end of lap 1. 50 Richard Worthington leading. Then 101 Adam Turnbull. Then it's 81 followed by 111. 72. No, sorry, 71. Or is it? No, 51. So the first three starting to pull away from the rest of the field now. Still 50 leading, Richard Worthington. Second is still 101, Adam Turnbull. Then Nick Drew in 81. Then in fourth spot, a little way back is 111, Hannah Deacon. Then 51, George Olner. She's being challenged by... Has he made it through? Yes, he has. 110. Jake Trustler has moved up a place. And then we got 57, Dave Elston. 91, Nathan Collins. Then I think that's 51, Georgia Olner. So Richard Worthington goes through. He's still leading. He's popped a segment on that front right corner. Shouldn't make a huge difference, but it just may scrub off a little bit of speed. And 51, 57 go across the line, and 51 Georgia Olner not quite managing to hold off Dave Elson, so Dave Elson moves up a place in that number 57 craft. Our first three coming through the line, and it's still 50, 101, 81. And that is now 4 laps complete. So midpoint in the race now. Any mistake by any of those front three and it could all change. In fact, Adam Turnbull 101 looking to challenge for the lead as they go around the back of the island there. Right, it's not going to be too long before they catch the tail enders. Here we go. Through the line. 50, 101, 81. The three of them tail. No, it's the tail now as they come through the line. Oh, there we go. There's the challenge. 101. Adam Turnbull has moved up past 50 Richard Worthington as they go into the back of the island there. They reappear and it's still, well, it's 101, 50, 81. But Nick Drew in 81 now looking to try and challenge, I think. So Adam Turnbull, 101, crosses the line and, well, he's opened up a gap now. He's moving through the back markers. 50 Richard Worthington now under threat. Nick Drew has moved through past. As he went past by a commentary position, he's moved up into second. We've lost Georgia Olner. I can see a yellow flag being waved in the middle of the course, but I can't quite see down there. So that looks like Georgia Olner, number 51. Right, last lap board is now out. 101, Adam Turnbull goes through with a fairly good lead now. Second spot goes through, 81 Nick Drew. And third, Richard Worthington holding that first position in the early part of the race, but he's had to concede. Dropped to third, but he's in a comfortable third. Fourth is a long way back. Fourth at the moment is 111. Hannah Deacon. And she's just coming through the line now. And fifth spot just coming through the line, 110, Jake Trussler. There we go, 101, Adam Turnbull takes the win. '81 Nick Drew takes second. And third goes to Richard Worthington, number 50. Well, as they come through the line, I'll run through the final order once they've all finally come through. We've got Formula 3 and Formula 35. Formula 3s will be formed up at the front. They are up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. Well, check to see if the 4-stroke's out there, but in theory it could be. We do have one craft that is generally on the grid, but I'll have to check when I'm down there. And they generally are running one engine through one fan, but you can run it through two fans if you do wish to do so. Formula 35, that is running industrial 4-stroke engines, maximum 35 horsepower, and they are generally, the choice is the 4-stroke Briggs & Stratton. It's air-cooled, they have to use air-cooled engines, so Briggs & Stratton, and the 35 is 35 horsepower. That is split over the 2 engines, so generally you're looking at about 5 or 6 horsepower for lift, and then the rest for thrust. I'm going to wander down in a minute and see what's on the grid for this race. Where you saw Adam Turnbull take the win in that last race. Dad's now out in this Formula 3 race. For those that you've watched over the years, I know some of you were at Claydon House. Dan Turnbull was racing Formula 1 in those days. He's dropped down, the rest of the family's got involved, so he's dropped down to Formula 3, but he also joins with his son in other formulas as well. Which you may well pick up as we go through the afternoon. So Dan Turnbull 168 in pole, and Richard Pound in 144 in second. Only 2 craft on the grid at the moment. Not sure why. We should be looking at more. I think we've only got one F35 craft here, but I'm not sure whether that's making it out onto the grid. I think she is. That's Zoe Deacon. So this is our final round of the championships this year. Been a relatively long season, although we had a big break during the summer due to the World Championships being held in Sweden. So the logistics of craft getting out there for that meant that we dropped our normal August bank holiday meeting at Gangwerley down by Fawley and moved it forward earlier by about a month, I think it was, a month or so. So our race season, it takes us all up and down the country. Our last one was up at Accrington, near Preston. And we go, our southern one is a place called Gangwerley. So if you're trying to work out where that is, because it's only a small sports centre, if you find Southampton, keep going around the coastline until Fawley, and that's where that one is. And that particular location we've been going to for 30 plus years. This particular venue we have only been using, well, this year, but we previously used this venue about 10 years ago, so we're making a comeback here. We've also used Toaster Racecourse, but they've changed the nature of the landscape there, so we're not able to use that anymore. And Claydon House, of course, we were there for quite a few years. We unfortunately had to come away from there. So hopefully this event now will become a regular on our landscape calendar. So hopefully on the programme there you'll find some details if you do want to get involved with the racing, not just with the actual racing, if you don't fancy that, but if you fancy getting involved on the marshalling side, the cruise, the lap scoring, the technical scrutineers, etc., etc. There's lots of ways of getting involved without actually racing. Then the main club web address is at www.hall2.co.uk. hovercraft.org.uk, and of course you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is at official HCGB. Now the branch that's actually organised this event is the Chilterns branch, which I'm a member of, and we meet down in the Aylesbury area, and there's branches throughout the country, but this is the local one for the Chilterns branch. We have Midlands branch, Southern branch, and branches at other locations. So it looks like we've only got 2 craft on the grid for this Formula 3 race. I'm not quite sure what the hold is up is at the moment. Ah, yes, 1 craft being towed back. It's 51 Georgia Olner. So there'll be 8 races in this first block of racing. Then, all things being equal, we'll have a break before we go into our second block of racing. So after this race, we'll be up in the pace with the Formula 2s. Then we've got the junior race, F1s, Colts race, Novice, and then the open Formula race. So it looks like the drivers are getting back into the craft. Once that, now that one's cleared. Right, so the driver's now going through the last sequence. They're going through 2-minute and 1-minute board. 2-minute board's just gone up, but it will be a quick 2 minutes. But there's only 2 craft there, and they're both aware of that, so we're going to try and speed it up and catch up. That's the 1-minute board.
Oh, whoa. Oh no. Oh no.
Well, they're away, and it looks like it's Dan Turnbull 168 that drops into first place, and Richard Pound in 144 in second. Richard taking a slightly different line. It looks like he's alongside. They go behind the island, and it's Richard Pound who gets round there first. So Dan Turnbull at the moment dropping to second. I'm sure he'll be looking to change that though. Yeah, there we go, up the hill. Dan Turnbull's retaken the lead.
Yes, get in there, Dan.
So 2 laps completed. Dan Turnbull now pulling away, as I expected, and opening up that gap to Richard Pound, who's not able to stay on the same pace. With all our formulas, the numbers in each formula does tend to fluctuate from one year to another as drivers migrate up or down. Unfortunately, Formula 3 this year has taken a bit of a hit, although we do have other drivers, they're just not here this weekend. Okay, so we've got another craft coming out on the track, and that is the only F35. So Zoe Deacon, looks like she had a technical fault, but so she's coming out on the track now, the purple and white craft, much bigger thrust duct. So she's running the bigger 4-stroke engines. So it's Zoe Deacon 171. So 6 laps completed now. I think Zoe, although he came out as a late start, she's the only one in that formula, so as long as she gets enough laps on the chart, she'll score some points. The Formula 2's now starting to form up on the grid. Last lap board now goes out for our leader, 168 Dan Turnbull. So I'll start talking about the F2s. So through the line to take the win, 168 Dan Turnbull. Easy win in the end. Richard Pound 144 will come second. And Zoe Deacon, well, she'll take that first place in the F35s. Yeah, she'll get enough laps on the charts. Next time through, there'll be the 3 laps. They have to do a third of the race. So our Formula 2's already up onto the grid. So Formula 2 is up to 600cc 2-stroke, 750cc 4-stroke. We do have a 4-stroke on the grid, just the one, and that is the pole sitter. And that is I'll just wait for Zoe Deacon to come through. So 89 is our pole sitter, Peter Simons Thompson with the big 4-stroke, number 89 in pole. Second spot is Simon Oakley, and he's the lead craft for the 2-strokes. So Simon Oakley 55 in second. Third we're still waiting for. Fourth on the front row is Dave Palfrey, and that is number 61. He races as a team with his daughter, so she'll be out in the open race later. So dropping into third spot, Dan Turnbull now comes out as number 31. So just finishing that race, he now comes out as 31. Dropped into the front row. In second row, we've got 82, and that is Cy Francis. Then 98, Maciek Ochman. Then 77, George Barnes. Watch out for George. He hasn't been racing most of the season because of a new baby, so that's hit the pocket a bit. And well, he's now doing the last couple of meetings, so watch out for him. Previous championship winner. Be looking to get into the lead fairly quickly. Row 3, we got 66, and that is Phil Tassel, and then 52, and this time it's Aaron Sutton. Now I do have to pause sometimes, just look who the driver is, because with all the formulas, quite often they run as teams. Some of them are just individual drivers with that craft, some run as a team. And the teams can be made up of anybody really, brother, sister, boyfriend, girlfriend, mother, son, mother, daughter, husband, well, you name it, pretty much. There's probably a combination that is out there. So 8 laps, we're picking up the pace now with the Formula 2s.
I'm rooting for Peter. Not rooting for Simon. I'm rooting for Peter.
Right, the drivers have been put on the 2-minute board. You may not see it down there. They've also been shown the hold board as well. So it's a board with a H on it. That means that there's a hold up somewhere. We're just delaying the start of this for a moment. So technically, the drivers have been put on a 2-minute board, which means now that if anybody else comes out onto the grid to join the grid, they have forfeited their right to their position, so they will start at the back of the grid. They do appear to be all there now. Right, looks like it's race control that was just holding us up there. Not quite sure why. Our race control unit has a team of lap scorers in there, and some of it electronic, so on a keyboard, going on PC, and then sometimes, more often than not, it's a manual chart. So as I say, watch out for George Barnes, 77. In the second row, he's got a bright orange helmet. He'll be looking to get through and challenge the pole sitter. Don't forget the pole sitter is running a big 4-stroke. And he's driving 2 fans, so he's got a shaft going to the fan at the back, purely driving the thrust fan, and then another shaft that goes underneath his seat and drives the lift fan in front of him. Right, we're on the 1 minute board now. Coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And 89, well, he's romped away into the lead. So it's 89 are currently to 55 in second. Third is 61, 82, 101, 77, 66, 98, and then 52, I think. Big 4-stroke with a small lead now. 89 Peter Johnson still being chased by Simon Oakley, 55, then 82 Cy Francis, 61 Dave Falk, 31 Dan Turnbull, 77 George Barnes moving up, then Phil Tatchell, 66, Aaron Sutton, 52, then 98 Majek Uchman. So there we go, George Barnes challenging. Yeah, he's got past Dave Palfrey, so I think that may be 3rd place now. Yes, it is. So George Barnes up to 4th, sorry. So our leader pulling away from the rest of the field now. The battle is on for second though. Still Simon Oakley, 55, holding off 82 Cy Francis. And not far behind, I'm sure he'll be looking to catch, is 77 George Barnes. There we go. It's going to be a 3-way battling now for second, third, fourth. It's 55, 82, 77. That's the battle for second, third and fourth. Meanwhile, our leader is way and gone. That's 89 Peter Thompson. Just come round the back of the island, back up onto the land again. Oh, we've lost one. That looks like George Barnes. Or is it? Let me just see. Yeah, yes, George Barnes, 77. Just before the drop onto the water. So George Barnes is out of the race. Well, that's a shame that we had a 3-way battle going on there. Now it's back to 2-way as they cross the line, 55, 82. And they've now completed 4 laps. So midpoint in the race now. So the battle for second, it's still 55-82, but those two now starting to catch some of the back markers, so that could come into play very soon with 5 laps completed. Sixth lap completed for our leader, but Peter has popped some segments down that front right corner that will be having an impact, but he's got a fairly good lead. Unless that gets really bad, he should be okay at the moment. So Simon Oakley 55 has managed to get past one of the back markers, Aaron Sutton 52, and Cy Francis is stuck behind him. Not now, he's got past him, but he's lost ground on 55 there as they go round the back of the island. So coming up the hill, the last lap board is now waiting for our leader, 89, Peter Symes Thompson. He's got about 3 or 4 segments that he's popped on that right hand side. As our leader comes across the line, it's 89 Peter Symes Thompson that takes the win. And, well, the battle that's going on in front of you, 66 and 61. I think they've just changed places, but they've still got half a lap to go. Second goes to 55, Simon Oakley. Third goes to 82, Cy Francis. Fourth goes to 31, Dan Turnbull. And then we got 66, Phil Tatchell, then Dave Palfrey, 61. So 61, Dave Palfrey came through in 6th. 7th goes to 98, Maciek Uchman. 8th goes to 52, Aaron Sutton. And then, well, he dropped out in the race earlier, 77, George Barnes. So we're now moving on to the juniors. So these are aged 13 to 16 years of age. They are restricting what they can run power-wise. So those who may have been watching from previous years, such as Claydon, we've now introduced a different age range. So the juniors that used to be 11 to 16 have now been changed to 13 to 16. And then we got a subdivision of the juniors called the Colts, and they're aged 10 to 13. So pole sitter for this race, 43, Josh Morales. Alongside is 155, Ollie Brand. Then we got Charlie Clark, 95. And then 10, Serena Hackett. That's the front row complete at the moment. Looks like we're only running the 4-3-4 anyway. Row Charlie Moore, 45. And row 3, 48, Josh Trussler. So we're dropping the speed now, but not the excitement. The juniors and the Colts sometimes give us the best exciting racing. So the juniors will be doing 8 laps. The Colts, when they come up, will be doing 6 laps. Well, it looks like it might be coming up to 2 minutes. Yeah, there we go. 2-minute whistle's just about to go. So going through this 2-minute process, this is where the drivers start to fire up their engines. Those of them that are super confident will wait for the 1-minute board. But then at the 1-minute board, the marshals will go through the grid and check that they make sure that they've got their crash helmets on properly, so chin strap done up. But more importantly, that their lanyard is fitted. Now the lanyard is a safety device. It's a cord, can be a bungee cord or a coiled cord or just a straightforward cord that connects the driver, usually on the wrist, can be on the life jacket, and that cord will go to a switch. So in the event of the driver coming out of the craft, that cord gets pulled, the switch gets triggered, and the engines stop, either engine or engines. So yeah, the craft then doesn't go herring off without the driver. So that's a safety device. So that is checked every time they go out for a race. Right, we're on the 1-minute board now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Oh, Wally Brand getting off to a good start. Can he hold it? No, it's going to be Josh Morales, 43. That drops onto the water first, I think. Yep. Oh, he's made a mess of it. Ollie Brand, there's a bit of bump in there as Josh tried to straighten up. So Josh not getting a good drop onto the water. So Josh Morales, chased by Ollie Brand, and now I think that's Serena Hackett. No, they dropped out of sight. I can't see them now. Well, wave yellow flag for somebody there. I'm not quite sure who that's going to be. So Josh Morales 43 leading, 155 Ollie Brand in second. Third is 10 Serena Hackett. Sorry, not Serena Hackett. That's no, it's 48 Josh Trussler, then Serena Hackett. So change of places, Jazz, just before the line. Oh, Charlie Clark with a lot of skirt damage, 95. Hopefully he'll be able to get back into the race. But Charlie Clark pulls back into the paddock at the moment. There's a wave yellow flag. I still haven't managed to work out who that is yet. Oh, that could be Charlie Moore and Joe Smith. seem to be missing at the moment. So Josh Morales goes through 43, now pulling out a little bit of a lead now on Ollie Brand 155. A long gap now to Serena Hackett has retaken third place. And Jake Trussler drops to fourth. So those two having the right tussle there for that third spot, and then a long way back. And we seem to have lost quite a few craft at the moment. So 24, Joe Smith and yeah, Charlie Moore, 45. They're just over the brow of the hill. I can't quite see them, so I'm not even sure what's happened there. Well, this is the only real battle that's going on. Just coming past me now, and yo! Josh Trussler moves up past Serena Hackett again. Let's see if Serena can retake that position. Those two have been swapping all the way through the first half of this race. We've got 3 laps gone. So Josh Morales, 4 laps gone now. Our leader goes through, he's extending that lead now quite a bit. Well, Josh Russell making it stick this time. He's retaken Serena. He's moved well away from her now, so Serena not able to remount a challenge. That is now 5 laps completed for our lead. He's just gone through. Number 43, Josh Morales. They're getting fairly spread out now. We seem to have lost quite a few of the craft. Charlie Clark has not made a reappearance. He came back with skirt damage. Having said about Charlie Clark, he's made it back out. I think for Charlie, it's just a case of getting enough laps on the chart now to score some points. So as our leader comes through the line, that is now the last lap he's on. So last lap board is now out. Our leader went out with a good lead coming past you. Number 43, Josh Morales. Second just crossed the line at the moment with 1 more lap to go. It's Ollie Brown, 155. And checkered flag goes down for an easy win there. Number 43, Josh Morales. And second through the line, 155, Ollie Brand. Third across the line, 48, Josh Trussler. So coming through in fourth spot was number 10, Serena Hackett, and fifth goes to Charlie Clark, number 95. Right, we're picking up the pace quite considerably now. We're going to Formula One. So Formula One, unlimited capacity, anything goes. They generally use two strokes. And this formula, we don't talk about CC, we talk about grunt, and that's horsepower. So a typical Formula One would be running a thrust engine, purely for thrust, of somewhere in the order of 180 to 220 horsepower. And then a lift engine as well. 0 to 60 of these, they'll out-accelerate most standard road cars, so gives you an idea of the sort of acceleration off the line. The pole sitter for this race is number 22, and that is Damien Rhodes, the newly crowned F1 World Champion. Alongside him, a previous UK, European and World Champion. Oh no, sorry, it's not. It's his son. So Callum Bill in number one, the former UK, European and World. So Callum now into that number one craft, although you will see his dad out later in the open race. In third spot, number 11, in the Red Bull Racing colours, Rob Heisman. So Rob does actually work for Red Bull, but sadly he hasn't got the sponsorship for them, but they've allowed him to use the colour scheme. Completing the right front row, we got number 4, and that is Simon Larman. Row 2, we got number 8, Mike King, and then number 12, Kevin Eastwood. So 6 craft on the grid for this race. 8 laps, but substantially quicker. Well, Charlie Moore finally getting round. I'm not quite sure what happened there, but he won't have enough laps, I don't think, on the chart to score any points. So I'm just reading over the, hearing over the radio that there may be a small delay now. Our course construction team have got to do some work. So it looks like some of the drivers have been taking down all the catch netting of the markers. So the drivers have been shown the 2-minute board plus the hold board. So they're officially on the 2-minute board. So anybody coming out as a late starter now forfeits their grid position. So I hope you've all come in and you're enjoying the sunshine that we've arranged for you today. I'd like to think that, but it's not quite true. But there we go. It's nice and sunny and not as cold as I thought it was going to be today. I dressed up in all thermal gear and it's quite warm and toasty now. So this is our final round of the championships this year. It's been quite a long season, although we had a big break during the summer for our World Championships, which was over in Sweden. Should have been a couple of years ago, but of course that got delayed. And well, we all know where that was. That was COVID. So our season changed around this year. And we had to shuffle some of the dates around to accommodate the World Championships. Oh, we're back on the 2-minute board. So 2 minutes away from the start now. So the F1s, I'm not sure whether they'll get up to that speed, but they will top out around about 70 mile an hour on a real long run, probably 80, but the acceleration will be the key here, in and out of the turns. And we're now on the 1 minute board. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And it's Damien Rhodes that's into the turn first to drop onto the water, followed by 1, 4. And they dropped out of sight. Oh, Kevin Eastwood putting the craft right up on his side there. I think most of you saw the backside of it, but he's pulled it back down again. But that was a hairy moment for Kevin Eastwood there in number 12. He's currently in 4th spot, I think, so he's moved up from the 2nd row. Meanwhile, our leaders up the hill into the chicane section is 22, being chased by 1. As they cross the line, it's 22, 1, then 4, then 12, then a short gap to 11 and 8. So the 2 front runners starting to pull away from the rest of the field. Damien Rhodes appears first in my view, but he's still got Callum Beale putting the pressure on as they come into the chicane just before the line. So it's 22, 1, then a small gap to 4, then 12. So 4, Simon Longman coming past you now, then Kevin Eastwood, number 12. That's the battle for 3rd. Well, the pressure is on. Callum Beale is putting the pressure on as they come through the line. It's still 22, 1. Just a couple of craft lengths in it. And I think Damien may be with some skirt damage on that rear right corner. I think it shouldn't make a huge difference, but Callum will be looking to see if he can capitalise on that, and he's putting the pressure on. Damien getting a bit raggy around the corners now and putting the craft up on its side. And Callum keeping the craft nice and flat, which will keep the speed rolling as he goes round the corners. Yeah, Damien has popped at least one, if not two segments on that rear right corner. Callum with still a complete skirt, so no damage there. They're going to be coming up to the back markers very soon. Oh, and across the line with a complete 360 spin is 12 Kevin Eastwood. The craft went up in the air and he had to do a complete 360 to bring it back down again. So they got past the back markers. Oh, Damien putting that craft up on his side again. Callum is doing a great job of putting the pressure on. So as they cross the line, that is now, how many laps gone? That is 5 laps gone. Callum keeping the pressure on, trying to force Damien into making a mistake. Certainly as Callum is getting the cleaner lines around the corners, Damien having to push that craft really hard to keep hold on to the lead. So Mike King, who's just gone past me, is going to get caught up in this battle for the lead in a minute. 6 laps completed now. It's still 22-1. Just a couple of the craft length in it as they cross the line. And Callum is alongside. Oh, not quite making it. As they approach the buoy, Callum went for the move, but didn't quite make it stick. Now, Mike King, number 8, is going to get caught up in this battle for the lead. Kevin Eastwood showing me the backside of his craft as he came across the line again. There we go, Mike King moves through to one side. The last lap board now is waiting. It's 22-1 as they cross the line. 1 lap to go. Callum is so close, so close. He's putting the pressure on to go around the back of the island, but craft length in it. They reappear around the back of the island. Callum, has he made it alongside? He's dropped out of view. I'm not sure who now the current leader is, and it is Callum Beale. With a couple of 100 metres to go, Callum Beale has finally put the pressure on, and Callum Beale takes the win. Number 1, Damien Rhodes, 22. Has to concede to second spot. What a great race there between those two. Well, the battle is still on for third as they come through the chicane, but it is going to be number 4, Simon Lam takes third. 4th goes to number 12, Kevin Eastwood. And then 5th will go to Mike King, number 8, and 6th goes to 11, Rob Heisman. What a great race there between the son of a former world champion and the current world champion. So current world champion having to concede there with just a few 100 metres to go. Callum Beale putting the pressure on and managed to get past. So we're going to drop the pace now, but hopefully not the excitement. We have now got the Colts. So the Colts, aged 10 to 13 years of age. So it's just as a reminder for those that if you watched in previous years, we've now got the Colts aged 10 to 13. We've split the whole junior category into 2 now. And the Colts has been has proved to be very popular. So our pole sitter for this race is number 147, Nathan Ash. Second spot is 55, Ben Lambert. Third spot, 44, Lily Elston, a local driver. And then completing the front row, 67, Nancy Devlin. Now you'll obviously pick up when I go through all these grids that the boys, the girls, the men and the women all race on equal footing. So on the front row here for this Colt race, we've got 2 boys and 2 girls. So second row, we've got number 9, Kerris Rhodes. Then 153, and that is Emily Lewandon. Then 75 is Harley Ullman. Row 3, we've got number 30, Mia Barlow. And then alongside is, that is American. So 9 craft on the grid for this race. It's going to be 6 laps. And we're coming up to the 2-minute board just in a few moments now. So don't forget, whilst you've got this moment, if you do want to get involved or want to watch more racing, not this year but next year, the place to go and find the calendar or more information about the club is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. I think you'll find that's on your programme. So the board has gone up, 2 minutes away from the start now. This is where I get lots of nervous parents up the top here. And we're on the 1-minute board now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And Nancy Devlin going off to a good start, but it is Nathan. That's 147 with Ben Lambert alongside, but Ben having to concede at the moment. He drops a second. Lily Elston, 44, moves into third. 67, then 9, then 153, 75, 30, 107. We got some new Colts at the back of the grid, so they're looking a bit slow, they're a bit nervous. So lots of parents running up and down here. So the first one up the hill and into the chicane section is still Nathan Ash, 147. Lily Elson now 44 up in the second. Third is 55. Ben Lambert. Then 67 Nancy Devlin. And then 9 Kerris Rhodes. Then we've got a bit of a gap. Are coming through the line to complete her first lap. 153, Emily Lewandon. The back markers coming through. Our leaders now are starting to catch the back markers as they come through the chicane section. Fortunately, he's got a bit of a lead, so he should be able to pick his moment to pass them. First to that group of three coming through the back markers is Mia Barlow, number 30, then 107, Amelia Chiverton, and then 75, Harley Allman, but our leader goes through. 147. He's got 44, not that far behind Lily Olsen, then 55, Ben Lambert. So those first three away and clear. Well, it looks like we've got somebody stopped just before the drop onto the water or on the water. Just out of my view. I can see the flags being waved. So as our leader comes through, still a back mark to get past. That's 153, but Nathan Ash 147 goes through. Then Lily Elson 44, then Ben Lambert 55. So those first three still very much in touch. A mistake by any of those three and that could all change. With 3 laps gone, so we're now midpoint in the race. In fourth spot is currently 67 Nancy Devlin. She's just gone past me. Then 9 Karis Rose. So Nathan Ash with a small gap now, but the challenge is on for second is 144 and 55 side by side to go through the line, and Ben Lambert 55 has moved up in the second. Has he moved up in the second or is he defending? Yeah, he's moved up. So he's got past Lily for the moment. Lily, I'm sure, will try and fight back. Last lap board is now being prepared for our leader. And I see a yellow wave flag. Is that for anybody? No, it's been brought back in. Here comes our leader into the chicane section before the last lap board. Here we go. Nathan Ash, 147, goes through. 1 lap to go now. Then Ben Lambert, 55. Then Lily Olsen, 44 in third. Right, they've got back markers to go through now. This way, oh, we got a swimmer, number 75. Harley Allman has gone for a swim and the race has been stopped. So, yeah, Harley Allman just rolling out the side of the craft there. I think the driver will be absolutely fine. That water might be a bit cold though. So it'll be fished out of the water fairly promptly. So that result will stand. So quite an innocent roll out of the craft, I think. The craft just stopped as he was going sideways relatively slowly and just lost his balance and rolled out the side. But he's now moved away from the craft. So just trying to work out how deep it is. Is he standing on the bottom? Well, it looks like the boat will go and get the driver first and then grab the craft. So, all the craft, before they are allowed to race, do have to go through a scrutineering test. And part of that scrutineering test is that the craft must float. So in the event of a scenario like this, the craft must float. So that craft, by the looks of it, is doing very nicely there. So as I say, that result will stand. I'll just run through the order again as they cross the line. And in first place was 147 Nathan Ash, 55 Ben Lambert, third place 44 Lily Elson, 49 Keris Rose, fifth is 67 Nancy Devlin, sixth is 153 Emily Lewandon, then 107 Amelia Chiverton, Mia Barlow number 13 8th, and 9th is 75. That's just the Harley that went for a swim. So our next group, I suspect, is being called forward now, and our next group is the novices. Well, we got one novice by the looks of it out there on the grid. So we're at the end of the season, so quite a few of our novices have already qualified up. Now, any of the if you are thinking of getting involved in the actual racing and getting a craft, you can use any of the main Formula craft. Even the Formula 1s are allowed now, but there is a restriction on the amount of thrust you can produce. So if you're thinking Formula 1, look at the technical aspect of that. You will have to reduce the amount of thrust. But any of the main Formula craft, the novices will do 8 laps, I think you find, and quite a lot of the new drivers will run a Formula 3 or Formula 50 craft, relatively straightforward. We do have other qualifiers out on the grid that sometimes come out, and they are qualifying because they've come out of the junior section and they have to do 10 novice races before they can go into the main adults. And we do get previously qualified drivers as well that let their licence lapse, they're having to re-qualify. So I'm just going to take a wander along there and see who that driver is that we've got there. And after this we'll be going into the open race before we go for a break. So the open race is open to all the main formulas apart from the juniors and the Colts and the novices. Right, okay, I got the driver. So, new driver, he started at the last race meeting. He started on the Sunday. The reason being, his wife, who's been racing the same craft, had come out of novices, has now qualified up into Formula 50. It appears that during the evening session, there may have been some drinks involved. Our driver on the grid, Rob Alker, was convinced to get his licence and come out on the Sunday and start novice racing. Well, he got the bit between his teeth. He normally does cruising, heavily involved in the cruising side, and well, it appears that he loves racing as well now. So Rob Alker, the only one out there. So having mentioned the cruising side, there is a healthy cruising side of the club now. Unfortunately, we're in the wrong part of the country. We're sort of pretty equidistant from any sort of coastline. or main rivers that can be used, but the main cruising areas are down in the southeast, down the south coast, and up north, sort of Liverpool area. And those craft tend to be differently designed. I think we might be waiting. I'm just hearing over the radio 107 that was out in that race is going to be involved in the next race. So that was his daughter out in that Colt race. It's now Dad taking it out in the Novice race. So 107, hopefully, no damage there. It's just a case of probably popping some fuel in and we'll get him out onto the grid for this race. So don't forget you can follow us on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. That's where you can find out all sorts of information about the club, and so there's quite a few people here that have got involved because they've come to watch the racing just as a spectator and then got involved in the marshalling side. You can get involved in that with the marshals. You'll see they're all wearing orange gear. That is supplied by the club, and the radios are supplied the club as well, and we tend to have enough clothing for lovely weather, nice sunny weather, and for the wet as well. So if you do fancy getting involved in the marshalling side, we'd love to hear from you. All the marshals here have come from all over the country, as does all the officials really. It's the local branch that puts on this event, so that's the Chilterns branch. So we come and arrange everything and set it all up, but then all the officials come in to actually run the event, and they come from all over the country. So we've been doing this for so many years now. There's no big get-together at the beginning to work out who's doing what. It's a case of we all know what we're doing, all our roles are defined, and yeah, we just crack on and get things done. Of course, with the scrutineer inside, because our vehicles are quite specific, all our scrutineers are trained up within the club to deal with the various elements. So all the craft are scrutineered at the beginning of each race meeting to show that they conform. And of course, we've got lap scorers as well. We're always looking for lap scorers as well as the marshals. Well, it looks like 107's coming out onto the grid now. So it looks like we're only going to get the two craft out in this race. As I say, we've had novices during the season, but they've had to qualify. They've actually qualified up, so they've done their 15 races. With the novices, they have to do 10 races as a marshal as well. That gets the drivers out on the course and actually seeing things up close rather than being stuck in the paddock with the head buried in an engine and not really seeing anything. And it gives them a good opportunity to watch the racing lines up close. So we're going to go on to the lights in just a moment. So as I say, next race up will be the open race, so we'll have a complete mixed bag coming onto the grid. Well, I'll have to get an update on the start time of the next race. It looks as though we managed to delay that. Hopefully there will be enough time to get you into the paddock and have a look around. We're 1 minute away from the start now. Now we do have a snack, I won't say wagon because it's not, but there is, when you came in and you turned right just before you got to the lake, if you turn left so you can walk back there, there's a gazebo set up there, and they're doing cakes and food, coffees, teas and food in there. So if you fancy a wander down there anyway at some point, feel free. But the race is underway now, so we've got the two out there, number 78 and 107. Well, Rob Walker should have a fairly easy time in that Formula 50 craft he's running there. So Mike Chiverton, also 107 in a Formula 50, but lower powered. So I've just heard the siren go up in the paddock area, so that's a call for the next race for the drivers to come out. So 10 minutes before the start of the next race. Oh, it sounds as if... Oh, we've lost one craft out of the two. So looks like Mike Chiverton stopped somewhere on track. I've just heard over the radio that I can only assume it's on the water somewhere, I think. Ah, right, I see the yellow flag waving now, so that Mike Chiverton's behind the island somewhere, out of my view. You've probably got a good view of him over there in the spectator area.
nothing to film.
So 4 laps completed. Midpoint in the race. So just another reminder, if you do fancy teas, coffees, I think food as well, if you walk back towards our campsite along the road there is a gazebo set up for hot drinks and probably cold drinks as well, and food. That's where our big tent has been set up. So if you just follow the road round the lake, at the bottom of the lake, not up here at the top, then you'll see it as you walk round. So our craft are now coming out onto the grid for this open race. Well, it looks like our next race is scheduled, our next block of racing is scheduled for starting at 3:30, so I think we may be on the cards for that, all right? So Rob Walker going round, it's more about him perfecting his race line rather than competing against anybody. Our only other driver still stuck behind the island there. Well, 107 Mike Chiverton has reappeared, but doesn't look as though he's going to make it through to do another lap. He's stopped at the side here and getting out of the craft. So I think he's calling that a day. Or is he? No, he's fired up the engine. No, he's going back into the paddock. Well, looks it, or is he? No, he's going back on the course again. So the checkered flag's going down anyway. So there we go, 78 takes the win. 107 takes second. Not sure he's actually got enough laps on the chart to score any points, but there we go. So let's go and see what's on this open grid. So a pole sitter for this race, number 55, Formula 2. This time it's being driven by Sue Oakley. I think she's in pole, or is she? No, I think it may be another craft still to go on there. Alongside Sue is number 82. That's going to be Cy Francis, I think. And 61, this time it's not Dave Palfrey, it's his daughter Katrina Palfrey. Row 2, so the front row is a Formula 2 lockout. Row 2 is a 4 Richard Pound in a Formula 3. Then 98 Maciek Uthman in a Formula 2. Then 52 Abby Bill this time. So boyfriend and girlfriend their combination. So Abby Bill in 52 in a Formula 2. Then row 3 we've got a Formula 1, number 12 Kevin Eastwood. Alongside Kevin is two corner. Jake Drexler. Backed up against the hedge, we've got 53, 106, 11, and 111. 111 black. And then 50. So we've got 13 craft on the grid for this race. Two minutes away from the start now. So 8 laps again. And we're now 1 minute away from the start. 1 minute. Oh, it looks as though they're all fired up and ready to go. Here we go, run the lights. And we're away. And it's 82 Cy Francis that goes into lead. Well, they're all changing places as they go past me. And somebody stopped on the water. By the looks of it, the yellow flag is waving. I can't see who it is. Oh, it's a real melee. And the race has been stopped. Well, I'm not quite sure what happened, but there's a complete melee down there. The race has been stopped. So there will be a rerun of this race once we get this sorted out. Right, I'm just going to get an update as to what we're going to do now. Right, we're going to go straight into a rerun. There might be a quick splash and dash by some of the drivers, as they're running on minimal fuel levels, but they're all going to be brought back first. Some of them are opting to go straight back onto the grid, and some of them returning back into the paddock for a quick fuel up. So we may see lots of team members running around with jerry cans shortly. So craft starting to form up on the grid again. Doesn't look as though we'll get all the craft back on, but so it sounds as if number 55 won't be making it out to this race. Damage to the thrust duct. Now that craft is actually located almost behind where I'm doing commentary. So once that comes back, I'll have a quick look to see what the damage is and see if they'll be coming out later. So it's a combination of Sue Oakley, who was driving in that race, but her husband drives in the Formula 2 race as Simon Oakley. So with the run down onto the water there, unfortunately going downhill, it's probably like most vehicles actually, once you're going downhill, the inertia takes over and it's very difficult to then stop very quickly, especially as none of the hovercraft have brakes. So gravity takes over, and that may be what's happened. So I'll have a quick assessment of that craft when it comes back. It's coming into my view very shortly. So the craft will run a fan, which, well, for want of a better word, is sort of polypropylene. It's a bit more technical than that, but they are industrial ventilation fans. I'm just going to have a look to see if that's actually got damaged.
Thanks, Darren.
Well, it doesn't look as though 55 will be going out again this weekend, unless there's somebody that can wave their magic hands over it. The thrust gate has taken a big impact, which is fiberglass. The fan has broken. That's not an insurmountable problem, but the duct sustained that major damage, and the exhaust system for the lift engine has been damaged as well. So, but the important thing is, at the end of the day, that hopefully the driver is okay. So I'll wait for an assessment on that. As soon as I get an update, I'll let you know. Just getting an assessment on a couple of the other craft now to find out whether we're going to get any more craft onto the grid. So we're still waiting to find out if any more craft are going to get onto the grid. So directly after this race, there will be a break. There may be a delay on the start of the second block of racing, looking at the timings now. But I'll give you an update on that as soon as I can. No doubt they'll want to get this race underway before they can give me an idea on how much the delay for the second block of racing will be. Right, there we go. We're on the 2-minute board.
Well,
Right, so obviously we're doing a complete rerun of this race. We're now on the 1-minute board. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we are away. So it's 82 off first, but he's now being chased by the Formula 1 number 12 who's come through, then 53. Jamie Lewington, and it's going to be 61. No, I've lost it now as they drop onto the water. So it's the Formula 2 leading, being chased by the Formula 1. Then the Formula 2. Another Formula 2. Yeah, that might be Formula 3, I think, behind. I'll catch them as they come through.
this is a lot better for me. It's all high up.
So our Formula 1's gone through into the lead. Kevin Eastwood, number 12, leads the race. Then 82, Simon Francis in that Formula 2. Then another Formula 2 in third spot, 53. Jamie Lewington, then 61. Katrina Palfrey, 110. Jake Trussler, then 144, 11, 72, 52, 11, 106.
That's better.
Well, I think they're having a play. Kevin Eastwood, number 12 in that Formula 1, has let back through into the lead. So the first three craft actually are part and parcel of the same team, and I've just realised our third spot has gone missing. There's a wave yellow flag as they drop onto the water, so you can see it over there better than me. It looks like we've lost third place at the moment. Number 53, Jamie Lewington. So the two front runners now in amongst the back markers. Still 82 Simon Francis in that Formula 2. Still ahead of 12 Kevin Eastwood. Long way back to third spot. Just dropping onto the water in third is Katrina Palfrey, number 61, followed by number 11, then 110, then 144, 72, 52 just crossing the line, then 111, 82. Oh, there's our leader, 82. So don't be surprised if we see a late spurt by Kevin Eastwood in that number 12 craft. He's already gone for it. Behind the back of the island, he was making the move to the lead. Yes, he's retaken the lead. So with 5 laps completed, 3 laps to go now. Well, probably 2.5 now. The leader's round the back of the island. He reappears. The run back up the hill to the land section. I'm looking back for the battle for third. I think that might be coming up the hill now. Oh, there we go. It's still Katrina Palfrey, 61, then 11, Rob Heisman, then 110. And through to take the last lap ball. 1 lap to go now. Number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Ty Francis, 82 in second. So they've just gone past that battle for third spot, funnily enough. Being led at the moment by that group of 3s, 61 Katrina Palfrey, then Rob Heisman in that Red Bull colours, and then 110 Jake Trussler. And through the line to take the win is number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Coming through in second, 82, Cy Francis. Third goes to 61, Katrina Palfrey. Fourth goes to Jake Trussler. And then in fifth spot, 11, Rob Heisman. Sixth spot goes to 144, Richard Pound. Then we've got 72, Kian Olner. 52, Abby Bill. Then 111, I think that's Bronnie Black this time. Then 53, who dropped out at the start, coming through in last spot. Right, I'm now going to have a look at the timings. And I'm going to wait for an update by our Chief Marshal as to whether we're sticking on programme or having a small delay. Right, so I've just had an update. We've got a 15-minute delay on the programme. So our next race will start at 3:45. So if you are looking to come into that paddock and have a look around, please feel free now. If you are coming around, it's strictly a no smoking zone. That includes vaping as well. If you've got any small children with you, please make sure they don't touch the exhaust on the craft. They will be hot and they can be anywhere on the craft. Feel free to ask drivers any questions. They're usually fairly amenable unless they've got their head stuck in an engine. and I'm probably going to go quiet for a while. As say, you'll have until 3:30 to look around, so that gives you half an hour. So drivers, the paddock is now open to the public. The next race will be at 3:45. So drivers in the paddock, 3:45 for the next start. For those of you that are not coming around to the paddock, obviously there is a snack wagon available, or snack tent, gazebo, whatever you want to call it. If you go back round the road, fairly hugging the lake down the bottom end, up to where the bottom end of our campsite, you'll find a gazebo there by a marquee, and he's doing hot drinks and food there. So feel free to have a wander around there and stock up before the next racing starts. Right, ladies and gentlemen. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Right, for those members of the public that have come into the paddock to have a look around, you've got another 15 minutes before you need to be back into the public viewing area. So I suggest that you finish off now. So all members of the public in the paddock area, can you please make your way back to the public viewing area now? And the racing will be getting underway. Well, the next race will start at 3:45, so 15 minutes, but in 5 minutes' time, the craft will be coming out onto the grid. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 10-minute board has now gone up. So, any members of the public in the paddock now, you really do need to move back to the public viewing area so we can get the craft out onto the course, out onto the grid, and get this next race underway. So, 10 minutes away now from the next race, and that's Formula 50. So, final call for any members of the public in the paddock area. Can you please make your way back to the public viewing area now? The craft will be coming out onto the grid in just a few minutes. So the first group forming up on the grid, that's Formula 50. Designed around the Rotax 503 engine originally. It's an engine that's been around for many, many years. Originally used in sort of microlights, jet skis, that sort of function. And this formula was sort of introduced so that somebody could come in fairly easily and build and drive a craft that in theory is on the level playing field with the rest. For those of you, I'm going to digress. That craft that's being towed up the hill, if you can see it, the green one, that is fully electric craft. And I think his battery for the thrust engine may have gone flat. But that is still very much under development. It's not going to be a racing craft. It's very much a cruising development. But that was that. So, yeah, the Formula 50. So they're allowed to use one engine with a single fan. When I say a single fan, that fan provides lift and thrust. You could potentially, in reality, outside of this formula, run a twin fan craft, but that would be a drive shaft underneath the seat to a fan at the front. But they're not allowed to do that in this particular category. There are other restrictions as well with the hull, but pretty much everything is open. You must use the engine in its standard format, so pretty much as it comes out of the box, as it were, so no special carbs or exhausts. There is a weight restriction also with the overall weight of the hull. I think I might be too late to go down to the grid to actually run through, but a pole sitter is going to be Adam Turnbull, I think, in 101. Alongside is 81 Nick Drew. Then third spot, I think that's Richard Worthington, number 50. Then 111, Hannah Deacon. That's the front row. Second row is 111, Jake Truss. 71, Nathan Collins, 72 owner. And there's one further back. I'm not quite sure who that is, so we'll wait for that one to come through. That sounds like the 1 minute board. So 1 minute away from the start now. Coming up to the lights very shortly now. Here we go. And we're away. And 81 Nick Drew off to a flying start. He takes the lead, and then it's going to be 50, 111, 101, 110, 91, 72, and it's 106 that picks up the rear. So I'll lead her up the hill into the chicane section. It's still Nick Drew, 81. Starting to ease a little bit of a gap now on second spot, 50 Richard Worthington. Third spot is now 101, Adam Turnbull. Then 111, Hannah Deacon. She's got Jake Trussell on her tail, 110. Then Kian Olner, 72, 91, Nathan Collins. And then coming through in a moment, John Scriven, 106. I've just been informed it's actually Bronny Black in 111. They run as a team airbags. So the closest battle at the moment in the front runners is for that third spot. Jake Trusser trying to get alongside Bronny Black there, 111, but he's still having to hold stations to go round the back of the island. So, Nick Drew, 81. Through the line, opening up that gap. Second spot is still Richard Worthington, number 50. But don't be surprised if Adam Turnbull, 101, tries to close that gap down. Challenge for the second spot. Third spot, oh, that's getting very tight. Bronny Black not leaving any door open for Jake Trussler there. He certainly felt the squeeze as they went past my location then. The start and finish line. Well, just over midpoint in the race now. 4 laps have been completed. So our leader coming into the chicane section before the finish line. Coming through with a back marker, 106, John Scriven. And, well, Nick Drew gets through. He knows he can't make too many mistakes because 50, Richard Worthington, 101, Adam Turnbull are not that far away. Those two locked in battle still for that second and third spot. And coming through is 111, Bronny Black, and 110, Jake Trussler. Those two still are very much in touch. So 6 laps gone now. Well, the battle for second is hotting up. Oh, 101, Adam Turnbull alongside 50, Richard Worthington. No, he's got through. So Richard Worthington, he's popped a segment on that right-hand side, and Adam Turnbull has made the move as he went past me. So 101, Adam Turnbull now in second. Third is Richard Worthington, number 50. And not that far behind is 111, Bronny Black, and then 110, Jake Trussler. Right, last lap board is now up. Our leader goes through. 81, Nick Drew. 1 lap to go. Well, Adam Turnbull, having got past in that 101 craft, past number 50, is pulling away. And that battle between 111 and 110 still goes on. Bronny Black not leaving any gap for Jake to get through. So with half a lap to go now, with those three, that battle for second, third, fourth, our leader is coming through the line in just a moment, but that could all change for the lower placings as they come up the hill. 81, Nick Drew takes the win. Second goes to Adam Turnbull, 101. And still to come through the chicane section. It's all to play for still, but it looks as though it's going to be Richard Worthington that takes third spot at number 50. And yes, by Wisco, Bronny Black, 111 takes that fourth spot, and fifth goes to Jake Trussler. And then after Jake Truster in fourth is 110.
110 is Jake Truster.
Oh, Jake Truster, sorry.
111 is Bonnie.
Yeah, 111 is Bronny. Losing the plot there slightly. Sixth spot is 72 Kian Olner. Seventh spot is 91 Nathan Collins. And eighth spot is 106 John Scriven. So as our next group start to form up, we've got two formulas out here. Bits in on the ground with both of them. We've got the Formula 3s and the Formula 35s. So Formula 3s, that specification is up to 250cc 2-stroke, 500cc 4-stroke. 2-stroke and 4-stroke have been used this season, but I think we've only got 2 strokes out there today. Taking up pole position in no, yeah, 168 Dan Turnbull. So you saw his son out in that last race. He's coming through in second. His dad Dan Turnbull coming through out and taking pole position, and 144 will be alongside him, Richard Pound. Now, Richard does actually run with his son as a team, but I don't think Harry's here this weekend. So further back is Zoe Deacon in the purple and white craft. She's running 4 strokes, but there's specific requirement there. There have to be industrial 4 strokes, air-cooled. So you're talking choice of engine is the Briggs & Stratton generally, and they're only allowed to use a maximum of 35 horsepower total on board. So that tends to be split between something like a 5-6 horsepower for lift, and then a thrust engine gobbling up all the rest of the horsepower. So we're on the 2-minute board.
Even on your hands. Your top. And your top, yeah. You're going to need to wash the top.
So the F-35's a bit of a crossbreed. They quite a good cruiser as well. The RPM of the thrust fan is limited, and it's running the much bigger fans. You'll notice that as it goes past. So 1 minute away from the start now. So 8 laps, just 3 craft on the grid, 2 Formula 3s and a Formula 35. And they're away. So Dan Turnbull, all things being equal, should take the win, but who knows? So the purple and white craft, 171. Zoe Deacon in that F-35.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do. Can you get some coffee? Have some tea or something, coffee.
So Zoe Deacon in that F-35. You've seen her daughter out in the F-50s earlier in the day. So far, mother and daughter, but both racing in different formulas. Dan Turnbull is going past you now, 168, a former F1 UK champion, coming back down the formulas and running as a team with his son and his daughter. So they're running a few craft, going in the Formula 3s, Formula 50s, and the Formula 2s as well. So so Zoe Deacon's been lapped by the F3 there, number 168, Dan Turnbull. Three laps gone. Midpoint in the race now. Our leader is, where are we? Now half a lap up. On second spot, Richard Pound. Our last lap board is now out. Dan Turnbull, number 168. One lap to go now. So fairly predictable win there. Dan Turnbull taking first, 168. Second goes to 144, Richard Pound. So we're picking up the pace now, and we're looking at the F2s. And in pole position, running the big four-stroke, is number 89, Peter Symes-Thompson. I'm going to have to take a walk along there and see who's on there. Just dropping into second spot. Oh, no, he's not. That's second row. Second spot is missing at the moment. Third spot is Cy Francis, 82. Right, okay, I've just worked out why second spot missing. That should be Simon Oakley in number 55, but his wife in the open race had an accident and that craft is now out for the weekend. So second row, 66, Phil Tassel. Dave Palfrey. Row 3 is 52, Aaron Sutton. Then 77, George Barnes. And then in row 4... Oh, no, dropping into the front row still is Dan Turnbull again, different craft. Number 31. I'm trying to work out who's right at the very back there. I'm not quite sure. I think that may be somebody who's borrowed a craft. So we'll pick that one up as it comes through. Right, okay. I've just been told, actually, Simon Oakley, who should be on the front row in his own craft, as I said, craft involved in a crash earlier, so that craft can't go out. So Team Airbags has very kindly lent him their craft, so he's right at the very back in number 55, the pink and white craft, and he'll be out there just to pick up points, any points he can get. So well down on power on the rest of the field, but it's all about rolling some points forward. Right, looks like we'll be coming up to the 2-minute board fairly shortly. But don't forget, if you do go away from today and you want to find out some more information from the club, or you want to come back again tomorrow, because we are here again tomorrow, last day of racing tomorrow for the whole season, so lots of points up for grabs still. And but the website for the whole club of the Great Britain is at www.hovercraft.org.uk. Hopefully that is in your programme. And of course, if you want to follow us on Twitter, Facebook or Instagram, then you can do that using the handle at official HCGB. Right, there we go. The 2-minute board has now gone up. So 2 minutes away from the start. Right, we're coming up to the lights fairly shortly now. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. Sorry, Francis off to a good start, but it is the big 4-stroke that goes off into the lead. 89, Peter Simon Thompson. Right, 82, 66. Then that looks like Dan Turnbull, Dave Palfrey, George Barnes, 77. Watch him, he'll be moving up through the field. He had a bad race last time out. Something went wrong with the craft. Hopefully he's got that sorted, so he'll be able to put pressure on the front runners. So as they cross the lines, 89 Peter Simon Thompson in the lead, 82 Solid Francis, 66 Phil Tassel, 31 Dan Turnbull, 77 George Barnes, 61 Dave Palfrey, 52 Aaron Sutton, and then 55 Simon Oakley. Well, Peter, the leader of the race, has got skirt damage again. He suffered that last time. Oh, he's got 2 or 3 segments out on that right-hand side. He's going to be feeling the bumps as he goes over them on the land section. That could give Cy Francis here some heart in second spot, because if that damage gets any worse, our leader could have a problem. Third spot, I think that's Phil Tassel, 66, but he's now got 77 George Barnes closing down on him. Well, 82 in second spot there, holding that gap to the leader. So that skirt damage on the lead craft is causing him to lose some speed. Third spot, here's the challenge. George Barnes, you're almost getting past Phil Tassel there, 66. They go back behind the island. And looks like he's made it through, so George Barnes moves up into third, I think, in number 77. So midpoint in the race now, 4 laps gone. Well, Peter has now got to try and get past Aaron before they get to the bear behind the island. Yeah, he makes it, because 82 Cy Francis is maintaining that gap, if not closing it. With 5.5 laps gone now. Well, the gap staying about the same between the two front runners as they went through past me. George Barnes is moved up the field in third spot, but I think he's a bit too far back to Mountain Challenge 52. Aaron Sutton, the hand goes up, he returns back to the paddock. Right, last lap board is now waiting for our leader. That skirt damage still there, but it doesn't seem to be making a big impact. So 1 lap to go now. Still 89, still being chased by 82. Oh, George Barnes got a problem. George Barnes cruises across the line and lets Phil Tattersall through. So George Barnes, again, a non-finish. And that looks like a thrust engine problem. Oh, there's some smoke coming from it, from that thrust engine. So the win goes to 89 Peter Simons Thompson. Second goes to 82 Cy Francis. Right, third. Who's going to be third now? Third is now going to be 66. Phil Tattersall is just coming across the line in a moment. So yeah, he goes third. Fourth is 31. Dan Turnbull just crossing the line now. Fifth is going to be Dave Palfrey, 61. And sixth goes to 77 George Barnes. And seventh, picking up some useful points, 55 Simon Oakley. And then eighth, 52 Aaron Sutton. So next up are our juniors. So juniors aged 13 to 16 years of age are limited in what they can run. As a rough guide, it's the Formula 3, Formula 50 and Formula 5. In pole position, number 43. That's Josh Morales alongside him. Ollie Brand, number 155. Then we got Josh Trussler, number 48. Then 10, Serena Hackett. So that completes the front row. Second row, we got 95, Charlie Clark. And then 45, Charlie Moore. So it looks as though we're about 3 minutes away from the start. Right, so the juniors will be doing 8 laps, same as the adults. The only formula doing differently will be the Colts, and there's the lower age range, 10 to 13, and they'll only be doing 6 laps. Right, here we go. Coming up to the 2-minute board now. I'm sure you've picked up so far that with all the formulas, there is no differentiation between the boys, the girls, the men and the women. They all race equally. We have done for pretty much the whole of the club's history. And with the juniors and Colts, we do get a good spread of the boys and girls. Right, it's 1 minute away from the start now. Right, we're coming up to the lights. Here we go. Hammer away. So as a run beyond the island, looks like it's Josh Morales. Then Ollie Brand. Then Josh Trussler, 48. And then I think it's Tensorin Hackett and Charlie Moore, 45. So 43, Josh Morales with a good lead now. And here comes this group of three. It's Josh Trussler at 48 that's leading this group of three now. And Ollie Brand dropping the place. 155 there, he's now in third. Then it is 45, Charlie Moore. Then side by side as they come through the chicanes, 10, Serena Hackett, and 95, Charlie Clark. Well, Josh Morales going beyond the back of the island there. He's really opened up the lead. That group of three's just gone past me and just going past you now, being led by 48, then 155, then 45. Those three still very much in touch with each other. The battle going on for the last place here. Charlie Clark, 95, has got past Serena Hackett, number 10. So they're battling for that last spot. Meanwhile, our leader comes through the line, and that is now 4 laps completed. So midpoint in the race now. Oh no, Serena Hackett's gone for a swim. So drop onto the water. Serena Hackett's out of the craft. She's trying to get back in. So 48, Josh Truster goes through. Ollie Brown, 155 goes through, and 45, Charlie Clark goes through. And Serena's, oh dear, the back end's dropped down, the front end's up. And, well, yeah, it's rolled over. That's not good. That's not good for 2 strokes. So the race continues on for the moment. The craft are designed to float. So even though it's upside down, that craft is still floating. So 5 laps gone. So Serena's now left the craft there, and she's making it back to the bank. I suspect that water might be a bit cold. Oh, second spot just gone past me. Still Josh Trussler, 155. Ollie Brown, Charlie Moore, 45. Still very close there and in touch. That's the battle for, where are we? Third spot. Last lap board is now up. In a moment. All right, leave me alone. Within a few seconds. He's got the board in his hand. There we go. Last lap board is now up. 43, Josh Morales. Oh, Charlie Moore going through across the line. There's a lot of skirt damage. He's currently in 4th. Ollie Brown, 155 in 3rd. Our next formula already up on the grid, but there will be a short delay. So 43, Josh Morales takes the win. Very comfortable win in the end. Coming through in 2nd spot, 48, Josh Morales. Josh Trussler. Too many Joshes in this race. 3rd across the line is Ollie Brown, 155. And then Charlie Moore, 45 in 4th. And 5th will go to 95, Charlie Clark. And then 6 goes to 10, Serena Hackett, who's made it back to the bank now. So they've now got to recover that craft, which is upside down, which is never good. The duct will be now stuck in amongst the reeds, I suspect. Well, there is going to be a small delay now. Whilst we get that craft turned the right way out and recovered. So the Formula Ones will have to wait for the moment. So the boat crew have had to deal with this before, so hopefully they've got a technique worked out for rolling that craft over. Problem is they get incredibly heavy with the water in there. Well, let me talk about the F1s whilst we're waiting. So F1s, unlimited capacity, anything goes. We're not talking about CC here, we're talking about horsepower. So the thrust engines, we'll be looking at somewhere in the region of 180, 220 horsepower, and then a lift engine as well. They'll top out at around about 70 mile an hour. They may not get up to that on this course. It's very much about short sprints. But to give you an idea of the acceleration off the line, they'll accelerate most standard road cars from a standing start. Pole sitter for this race. Well, that was a turn up in the last one. Callum Beale, number 1, son of Conrad Beale, former UK, European and world champion. He lets his son now race in the Formula 1 races, and Conrad generally does the Opens. And, well, he beat the current world champion, number 22, Damien Rhodes, in that last race. So Damien having to settle with second spot. Third spot is number 4, Simon Larman. And completing the front row is Kevin Eastwood, number 12. Second row, we got number 8, Mike King. And then number 11, Rob Heisman. Well, it looks like we're going to get this race procedure underway fairly shortly. Okay, the race procedure has started, but they've been put on the 2-minute board and then the hold board. So technically, we're 2 minutes away from the start of the race, but that 2 minutes has now been suspended in time. So anybody wishing to come out onto the grid now, after that 2-minute board has officially gone up, forfeit their right to their position on the grid and they have to start the back. So that's why it's gone up. So that 2 minutes is now frozen in time until we get that craft out of the lake. Well, I think considering the time of year, we've been incredibly lucky with the weather today. Lovely and sunny. If you're coming back tomorrow, can you please bring back the same weather with you? It would be very much appreciated. So, number 10's on trailer. There'll be a few people pouncing on that craft now, because those of you who know anything about engines, two-strokes do not like having water ingested. So that'll be coming back, and they'll be stripping the carbs off, and getting the exhaust blown through, and generally getting water out of everywhere that's connected to the engine. In theory, that craft won't be going out again today, but two-strokes, engines don't like being submersed in water, so you have to get it oiled up very quickly or they rust internally. So it's not a case of leaving that till later in the day or tomorrow. Right. We're officially now back on the 2-minute board. The whistle will be going in just a minute. There we go. 2 minutes away from the start now. So we're in that 2-minute window now. It's where the drivers generally fire up their engines rather than leaving it to right at the last moment. Right, the big battle is probably going to be between number 1 and 22, but don't discount 4 and alongside him number 12, especially number 12, Kevin Eastwood. So we're on less than 1 minute away from the start now. Six craft on the grid, 8 laps, just a bit quicker. This race could be won in this first run to the water. Here we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. And Callum Beale off to a great start, as is number 12, Kevin Eastwood. And 22, Damien Rose, down into third already. Wow, that was a turn up. So, Callum Beale now, number 1, already opened up a gap to 12, Kevin Eastwood, who's got number 22, Damien Rose, breathing down his neck as they went round the back of the island. And number 4, Simon Larman, also there in the mix. Well, brilliant start for Callum Beale. Comes through the chicane section. The back end of the craft comes up in the air. He's pushing it to the limit. Damien Rhodes is still trying to fight and get past Kevin Eastwood, number 12. As they run through the line, drop onto the water, it's still 12 in second spot, and then third, 22, Damien Rhodes. And not that far behind is number 4, Simon Larman, then 8, Mike King. Then Rob Heisman, number 11, picking up the rear. So Callum Beale is really opening up that gap now. 12, Kevin Eastwood. Oh, 22, Damien Rose. The hand's gone up. As Damien Rose went past my position, the hand went up and he's returned back to the paddock. So Damien Rose at the moment out of the race. So the pressure is off Kevin Eastwood in that number 12 craft. So Callum Beale, number 1, with a fairly good lead now, second spot. Kevin Eastwood goes through in number 12. Third is now Simon Larman in number 4. Fourth is now Mike King, number 8. And being lapped already is number 11, Rob Heisman. So that is now the midpoint of the race. Callum Beale's done 4 laps. Well, our leader, number 1, Callum Bill, is approaching number 8 there, Mike King. Mike King currently in 4th spot, is about to be lapped very shortly. Oh, Mike King does has a spin as he drops onto the water. That drop onto the water seems to be catching a lot of drivers out today. So 1 lap to go now. Last lap board is out. Callum Bill goes through. Number 1. With a very comfortable lead now. Second, Kevin Eastwood. Number 12 just coming through the line now. Third across the line at the moment. Number 4, Simon Larman. So, Callum Beale with an easier win this time. Number 1 in the previous race earlier today. He took the lead and won the race within the last half a lap. So, a much easier win for him today without Damien Rhodes, who dropped out in this race. Second across the line goes number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Third will go to number 4, Simon Larman, is just about to cross the line. Fourth will go to Mike King, number 8. And fifth will go to number 11, Rob Heisman. Well, we're now dropping the pace a bit, but hopefully not the excitement. We're going to be watching the Colts now. So age 10 to 13. Pole setter for this race, Nathan Ash, 147. Second spot, 55, Ben Lambert. Third spot, number 44, Lily Elston. Completing the front row. If I can get the name. Oh, there we go, number 9, Caris Rhodes. That's the front row complete. Second row is Nancy Devlin. Alongside Nancy is 153, and that is Emily Lewandon. And completing row 2 is going to be 1 Amelia Chilton. Then on row 3, I think that's number 30, Barlow. And alongside Mia, we've got number 75, and that is Harley Allman. So 9 craft on the grid for this race. It will be 6 laps this time for the Colts. Age 10 to 13 years of age. They are restricted even more so than the juniors. The primary thing that restricts them is the amount of thrust they can produce. So yes, the engines are limited in what they can run, but there's no point in tweaking and tuning the engine up because you're only allowed to produce a certain amount of thrust out the back anyway. So we're 2 minutes away from the start. Right, there we go. That's the 1 minute board. Here we go, run the lights. And we're away. Well, it's going to be Ben Lambert, 55 at the moment. There's going to be the early leader, followed by Nathan Ash, 147. And then 9, Kerris Rhodes, then 44, Lily Elson, 67. Nancy Devlin, then 153, 107, 30 and 75. The back end of this group being very new drivers and taking things rather tentatively. I'm sure given it a couple of years, they'll be battling for the front spots. But at the moment, they're just taking it very steady. So let's see if we can pick them up as they come up the hill. Just out of my view at the moment. So our leader at the moment is Ben Lambert, 55. Lily Elston is now up into second in number 44. Then 9, Kerris Rhodes in third. Then Nancy is it Nancy? No. 147, Nathan Ash down at the fourth spot. That's unusual to see him way down in fourth. Then fifth is Nancy Devlin, 67. So our leader already starting to go through the back markers. 55, Ben Lambert moves past number 30, Mia Barlow. She's been lapped. Lily Elson through in second spot, number 44. Then Kerris Rhodes, number 9 in third. Fourth is Nathan Ash, 147. Then 67, Nancy Devlin. They are the front runners. Okay, I've lost the craft behind the island. I think that's going to be 75. Yeah, I see the yellow flag. That's 75 that's being waved. Harley Allman. I see the back end of a craft nudged into the island. We'll see if we can work out who that is in just a moment. It sounds as if it's number 153 stuck at the end of the island, facing into the island. The engine is running, but they don't have a reverse gear, so... So 2 laps to go. Ben Lambert just dropping onto the water now, away and clear. 44, Lily Elson just going past in second spot. She's in a good second. Third is going to be Keris Rose. She's just coming into that short chicane section before the as she crosses the line. And right behind her, Nathan Asher 147 in fourth. So the last lap board is now up. Ben Lambert goes through. 1 lap to go now. Second across the line at the moment, Lily Olsen, 44. She's in a comfortable second. Third's just crossed the line, Keris Rose, then 147 Nathan Ash in fourth. So, Ben Lambert, 55, takes the win. Second across the line, Lily Elson, 44. I think we have some cheerleaders here. Not saying it's mum or anything, but... Oh, we're still waiting for third to come through. That's... Oh, I was going to say, that should be number 9, Keris Rose, but no, it's changed. No, Nathan Ash, 147, has come up into third spot at the last minute, and Keris Rose, number 9, drops to fourth. And fifth goes to Nancy Devlin, 67. Sixth goes to 107. I think it's Amelia Chiverton.
Amelia.
Yeah, Amelia Chiverton. And then in seventh spot, number 30, Mia Barlow. So novices are up next. Hopefully we'll get 2 out there. But that one of those craft will be the craft that's just gone out in this Colt race. That'll be 107. That's got to be a refuel and back out onto the grid now. That one's just going through the paddock now, and that'll be passed over to Dad. So the novices, they're allowed to use any of the main Formula craft apart from, well, no, actually any of the main Formula craft. Formula 1s are now allowed, but with a restriction on the amount of thrust they can actually produce. They have to do 15 races before they can qualify out. Plus they have to do 10 novice marshalling duties. The pole sitter for this race is number 78, Rob Walker, who only came into the novices by accident at the last race meeting because his wife was racing. came out of novices, qualified up. And on a Saturday night, Rob was at the, indulging a few drinks with some others, and they managed to persuade him to go out in the novices the following day. And as I say, the rest is history. But Rob is a well-known cruiser, so he's been on the cruising scene for a little while now. So driving the craft is nothing new to him. It's pointing it in the right direction at close proximity that's a bit different. So Rob Walker there, solitary craft on this race for the moment. Hopefully Mike Chiverton will come out in that 107 craft. And, of course, we're the last race meeting of the season, so a lot of drivers now are qualified up already. So those ones, those two that have still got qualification races still to do at the end of the season, which will be on Sunday, tomorrow, will carry those races over till next year, and then they'll finish them off at the first, second, third race meeting next year. So after this novice race, we just got one more race to go, the open race. So one more race today before we finish off, the open formula race, which was rather exciting last time out, earlier today. And then that'll be our last race of the day. We'll start again tomorrow. Our practice will be at 10 o'clock and first race will be at 11:45. So if you fancy coming back tomorrow, please bring the nice weather back with you. And we'll be doing it all again, but this will be our final. Tomorrow will be our final day of the race season, so trophies are still up for grabs. The juniors and Colts are very keen to see their points at the end of each race, and they'll be trying to work out the permutation of who needs to get what. So both the novices there now, 8 laps, and 2-minute board's gone up. Yeah. 1 minute away from the start now. There we go, we're on the lights. And we're away. So Rob Walker off first. Both of them running Formula 50 craft. Oh. And 107 there, drops onto the water and a quick spin. Seem to be quite a few drivers getting caught out onto that as they drop onto the water. They're not quite sure what it is, but I know the water level has dropped since we were here a few months ago when we had our first round of the championships, and we did get a pre-warning the water level had dropped quite substantially, so that may be making the difference. We are running the course the other way around this time compared to last time. We're using a different points to come in and out of the water. Well, Mike Chiverton again making the mistake as he drops onto the water there. Brings it back under control. But,
Tomorrow will you come to market? Because I think I went to market for tomorrow.
I probably won't. I'm not staying overnight, but I'll be back tomorrow. Depends what time I get there.
Go back soon.
I'm going home on Sunday because I live about an hour away from here. I'm gonna go home, sleep in my couple beds tonight, and then come back on Monday.
Exciting, not. How many laps left?
well, as our leader comes through the chicane section, that'll be 3 laps completed.
For some reason, I've not seen keys today.
So as the leader crosses the line, number 78 there is just about to lap Mike Chiverton in 107 very shortly.
What's that?
Well, it's a bit of a shame that number 78 doesn't have any real competition. He's perfecting his racing line, but there's nothing like going around the course when you're actually competing against somebody. That's when you really get to perfect your race line. Well, the open race already starting to form up onto the grid. Oh, 2 laps to go.
that's gone for a shower.
Well, our leader is on his last lap now. There he is, just coming up the hill now. Checkered flag is waiting. And our open race is on the grid. I'm going to take a wander down there now. So pole position, we got number 12, Kevin Eastwood. Formula 1, 82, Cy Francis in a Formula 2. Third spot, this time with Katrina Palfrey in a Formula 2. Fourth is missing. Second row, we got Richard Pound in a Formula 3. Number 144. Then Kian Olner, 72 in a Formula 50. Row 3, we got 52 Abby Beale in a Formula 2. Then we got Jamie Lewandon, 53 Formula 2. And then right at the very back, we got 11 Rob Heisman in a Formula 1. Oh, Ricky Goosey. Oh, yes. Starman. Right, so Ricky Goosey this time. And we've got some others on there. 106 is there. I think that's 55. Is that 55 Sue Oakley? Yes. Well on, Sue. And we got 57. Yeah, 57. This is going to be change of driver. No, hang on. Let me get this right. Not Dave Elton, is it? Oh no, you got a big Dave. But your name's not on my list. Has it got a different number on it? So 57 is Carl Smith, but he's not on my list. He's obviously formed a team without telling me. So 2 minute board now. Well, I think we've got 11 crowd. And that's the 1 minute board now. And we're away. Right, so Formula 1 away first. 12, Kevin Eastwood. 82, 53, 61, 144, 72, 52, 77, 55, 57 and 106. And they've all cleared the grid. Well, as expected, our F1 is coming through. End of the first lap, already opened up a small lead. Second, though, is Formula 2, Cy Francis in number 82. Then another Formula 2, 53, Jamie Lewington. And 61, Katrina Palfrey. 144, Richard Pound. 72, Kian Olner. 11, Rob Heisman. 52, Abby Beale. 55, Sue Oakley. And they're still coming through. 57, Cole Smith. 106, John Scriven. Then our leader comes through. 12, Kevin Eastwood. Opening up that lead now. I thought that was number 11. It's actually 77. That's actually Ricky Goosey. The 77 looked like 11, but it's actually 77 Ricky Goosey. Well, 4 laps gone. So, number 12, Kevin Eastwood now a comfortable lead, working his way through the traffic. 82, Silent Francis in second there, just running down the hill. And then third, just crossing the line, 53, Jamie Lewington. We've lost 52, Abby Beale. Somewhere on track. So as our leader comes into the chicane just before the finish line, The last lap board is now waiting for number 12. Kevin Eastwood goes through the line. Agency at the moment, second. Cy Francis. Oh, Jamie Lewington in third. Gets caught up with the back markers going through the chicane section. Almost ended up in the catch netting, but got away with it. No change of places. And 144, Richard Pound, the hand goes up. He's returning back to the paddock in that Formula 3 craft. And to take the last checkered flag of the day, number 12, Kevin Eastwood, in the Formula 1, takes the win in this open Formula race. Second across the line in the Formula 2, Cy Francis, number 82. Third across the line, Jamie Lewington, number 53, in the Formula 2. So after third spot, fourth spot goes to 77. And that is Ricky Goosey, although that is under dispute at the moment. Then we've got 61, Katrina Palfrey, 72, Kian Olner, 144, Richard Pound, 55, Sue Oakley, 106. Yeah, John Scriven. And then Carl Smith, 57. So, for those members of the public that have come along to watch today, I hope you've enjoyed the day's racing here. Some of you that may still be here have seen us before at Claydon House. I hope you've enjoyed a different venue. Have a safe journey home. We are here again tomorrow all day. The start time of practice is 10 o'clock and the first race will be at 11:45. Don't forget, if you do go away from today and you want some more information about the club or how to join, then www.hovercraft.org.uk. And of course, follow us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, and the handle for all three of those is @official HCGB. This is me, Barry Oakley, signing off. I will speak to you again tomorrow. This is an announcement for club members. a pair of glasses were handed in to me earlier this afternoon. They were almost certainly a club member's pair of glasses. So if anybody's lost a pair of glasses, I do have them. Oh, somebody's shouting.
I'll have to wear my stupid ones from a garage for £1.99.
Oh, found the owner already. Right, so don't go looking for your glasses because the owner's already found them.